Right now, before you do anything at all, you are loved. You did nothing to earn it, and there is nothing you could do to lose it. Not by anything you did today, and not by how strong your faith feels tonight. It is simply yours, held out to you freely, belonging to you before you did anything to deserve it. And the God who loves you is a God who heals. Tonight he turns his whole attention toward you, to restore what you've been carrying and give your body and soul the rest they have longed for. There are things you've been holding that no one was ever built to hold alone. The grief, the worry, the prayers that still feel unanswered. The weight in your body too, the ache that sleep hasn't touched, the tiredness that rest hasn't reached. He sees all of it. And he is not standing at a distance watching you carry it. He is here, near as breath, and he has not looked away. You can stop holding it now. For the next hours, you have nowhere else to be and nothing else to solve. There is no need to fix your life before you close your eyes. You are not required to understand everything that has happened to you, or forgive everyone who hurt you, or feel strong or feel faith rising, before you are allowed to rest. You are allowed to rest now, tired as you are, exactly as you are. May the sound of these words be a hand on your shoulder in the dark. May the room grow quiet around you. And as you settle in, hear the one who made you speak over you. Because the God you have come to is a God who heals, and he does his deepest work in the night, in the places no one else can reach. Breathe in slowly. Let it out slower. And begin to let go. I will restore you to health and heal your wounds, declares the Lord. Jeremiah 30, verse 17. I am the one who heals you. This is not something I do from far off, or something I weigh whether to begin. It is my name. It is who I have always been to my people, the Lord who heals. So the wound you have carried so long that you stopped expecting it to close, I have not stopped. Time wears down your strength, but it has never once worn down mine. What has come to feel permanent to you has never for a moment been permanent to me. You may have come to believe this is simply who you are now. The tired one. The one who aches. The one whose heart learned to live around the broken place instead of through it. That belief settled in quietly, over months, perhaps years, until it felt less like a wound and more like a name you answered to. But it was never your name. I gave you your name, and it was not this. Where you have healed around your pain, I will heal through it. What you have learned to live with, I will lift. Feel where you have been holding tension without noticing. The jaw, the shoulders, the hands that stay half closed even in sleep. That is the body remembering what the heart has carried. It can open now. There is no threat in this room. Your body can stop bracing for the next hard thing, because the next thing in this room is me, and I have come to mend, not to wound. Breathe and let the breath go all the way down. I am in this quiet with you. The mending has already begun in the places you cannot see. There is a question underneath your tiredness that you may never have said aloud, even to yourself. Not whether I am able to heal you. You believe I am able. The question is whether I am willing. Whether, if you brought the whole of your need into the light, I would turn toward it or turn away. Whether you have asked one too many times. Whether my patience with you has a limit you are afraid you have already reached. Hear me answer it plainly tonight, because I do not want you to sleep with that fear. I am willing. Once, a man with a body ruined by disease came and knelt and said to me, "If you are willing, you can make me clean." The same doubt yours carries, the same fear that the willingness might not be there. And I reached out my hand and touched him, the one no one would touch, and I said, "I am willing. Be clean." I did not hesitate. I did not weigh whether he deserved it. I touched what everyone else avoided, and I healed it, because that is what I am like. That is what I have always been like toward the ones who come to me hurting. So bring your need without fear of wearing out my welcome. You cannot ask too often. You cannot come too broken. There is no version of your need that would make me draw back my hand. I am willing now, as willing as I have ever been, willing all the way down to the oldest and deepest hurt in you. Rest on that willingness as your ground tonight. Understand what restoration means in my hands. It is not a return to who you were before the wound. It is deeper than that. I do not simply patch what tore and send you back unchanged. I make the mended place stronger than the ground that was never broken, more tender toward others who hurt, more awake to my nearness than it ever was before the breaking. What was meant to leave you scarred, I am turning into a doorway. You will come to know me through this in a way you could not have known me otherwise. The very place you have been most ashamed of will become the place where my kindness is most familiar to you. So there is no hurrying the healing tonight. You will not have to feel it finish before you sleep. Trust that I keep working through the whole night, patient and unhurried, the way roots deepen underground while no one stands watch over them. Rest your body. Rest the part of your heart that has been standing guard so long it has forgotten how to stand down. I have taken the watch. What I have begun in you, I will carry to completion, and morning will find it further along than tonight left it. There is nothing your wound can do to outlast my patience. There is nothing so old in you that it has aged past my reach. I have healed things older than this, deeper than this, in hearts that had given up long before yours ever wavered. I am not troubled by how long you have hurt. I am only near and willing and already at work. Consider how long is long to me. You measure your waiting in weeks and months, and the slow turning of years, and to you those years feel like proof that the healing may never come. That if it were going to come, surely it would have come by now. But I do not measure as you measure. To me 1,000 years pass like a single evening. The season that has felt endless to you is, in my sight, a short night before a certain morning. I have not been slow. I have been thorough. What looks like delay from where you lie is the patience of a healer who refuses to close a wound before it has healed all the way to the bottom, because I would rather take longer and leave you whole than move quickly and leave you scarred. So the time you have spent waiting to be well has not been wasted, and it has not been a sign that I forgot. Every day of it, I was near, doing the slow, deep work that cannot be rushed. And the same patience that carried you through the long waiting will carry you through this night. I am not going to grow tired of you before the healing is finished. I do not begin a work in someone and then wander away bored. What I start, I complete, however long the completing takes, because my faithfulness does not run out partway through. Make that the pillow beneath your head, not the strength of your faith, but the steadiness of my name. I am the Lord who heals you. I was that before you fell asleep, and I will be that when you wake. Rest here. The one whose name is your healing is not going anywhere. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Psalm 147, verse 3. Come here. Bring what you've been holding. You have carried it a long way. The grief, the worry, the prayer you keep repeating into the quiet, and the ache your body has borne in the places you've kept silent. I have been near the whole time, closer than the burden itself. Set it down. You were never meant to carry this alone, and tonight the carrying can end. I made you whole, and I heal you whole. Bring me your grief, and bring me the pain you have been managing on your own. I am reaching for all of it. Whatever way you are lying, let the effort of holding the day begin to leave you. You carried much to arrive here. Some of it the world could see. Most of it no one saw but me. Your body has been laboring, even through the nights. Your heart has been laboring too, keeping things together, keeping things in. It can rest now. I am not asking you to hold on harder. I am asking you to allow the night to become what I made it to be, the place where I restore what the day wore thin. Hear the promise you are sleeping beneath tonight. I give strength to the weary, and to the one with no might left, I multiply power. Those who wait on me, I renew. Renew. I give it back to you. What has been spent through pain, through worry, through the long months of carrying more than one person was made to bear, I replenish from my own hand. There is a rhythm your body has forgotten in all its labor, the slow rhythm of being kept rather than keeping. It can come back to you now. You are not the one holding the night together. I am. You are not the one who must keep watch until dawn. I never sleep so that you may. The whole weight of tomorrow, The whole unfinished list of what you could not complete today, I have already taken up, and it does not strain my hand. Consider how the day has asked so much of you. From the moment your eyes opened this morning, something needed you. A task, a person, a worry that would not wait. You gave and gave, often past the point where you had anything left to give, and still the day kept asking. That is why you arrive at the night this tired. Not because you did too little, because you carried too much for too long with too little help. I watched you do it. I watched you keep going when you wanted to stop, hold steady when you wanted to fall, smile when your heart was heavy. And I did not think, as you sometimes fear I do, that you should have managed better. I thought only how tired my child has grown, and how ready I am to give them rest. So the asking is over now. For these hours, nothing in the world has a claim on you. The task can wait. The worry can wait. The person who needed you will be there in the morning, and I will have strengthened you by then to meet them. Tonight, the only thing being asked of you is that you receive. And receiving is the one thing that requires no strength at all. Remember how you began. In the very beginning, when I formed the first of you from the dust of the ground, you were not yet alive. You were shape without breath, body without spirit, until I bent close and breathed into you the breath of life, and only then did you become a living soul. That is how near I have always been willing to come to you, near enough to share my own breath. And that same breath is in you still, rising and falling in your chest at this very moment, keeping you alive without a single effort of your own. You do not manufacture your next breath. I give it. I have given you every breath you have ever taken, and I will give you the next one, and the one after that, all through this night, while you do nothing but rest. Feel your breath now, then, not as something you must do, but as something I am doing in you. Breathe in and receive it as a gift from my hand. Breathe out and let go of a little more of the day. Breathe in and be filled. Breathe out and be emptied of what you no longer need to hold. This is the oldest rhythm there is, older than your worries, older than your wounds, the rhythm of a God who breathes life into dust and calls it beloved. So close your eyes, if they are not already closed. There is nothing to perform here. No need to feel the right feeling or believe hard enough to earn what I am doing. Only rest and let me do in the dark what belongs to me alone. I began restoring you before the thought of it ever reached you. Already I am at work in your body, in your spirit, in the places too tired to name what they need. I know what they need, and I am tending to it now. Feel the muscles of your face soften. Feel the small tension between your brows dissolve. Your hands, which have gripped so much today, can lie open and empty for a while. There is nothing you need to hold on to for the next few hours. I have you, and I have everything you set down. Feel the release move slowly down through you. Your head sinks fully into the pillow now, no longer held, no longer lifted, simply resting. Your shoulders, which crept up toward your ears through the long day of bracing, come down and down, further than you thought they could go. Across your back, the tightness begins to loosen thread by thread, as though a hand were gently unknotting what the day tied up. Your arms grow heavy, and your legs grow heavy, and the whole of your body settles deeper into the place where it lies, as the last of the holding leaves you. This heaviness is not weariness now. It is trust. It is the body finally believing it is safe enough to let go, safe enough to stop guarding, safe enough to rest all its weight on something that will hold. And you are safe. The one holding you tonight has never dropped a soul that trusted him. You can let go completely. There is a floor beneath your falling, and the floor is me. I am here, and I am not in a hurry, and I have nowhere else to be but with you. The night stretches out long and quiet before us, and I will spend all of it near you, watching over your sleep, working in the tired places, keeping you as easily as I keep the stars in their courses. You need not stay awake to make sure I stay. I stay because I love you, and my love does not grow drowsy, and it does not wander off while you sleep. Rest here, beloved. The night is long, and I will be near for all of it. But he was pierced for our transgressions, he was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was on him, and by his wounds we are healed. Isaiah 53, verse 5. There is a place in you that you have not shown anyone. Not fully. Perhaps not even yourself, not in the plain light of day where it would have to be looked at directly. You have learned to move around it. You have built the whole quiet architecture of your days around not touching it. And you have grown skilled at this, so skilled that most people who know you would never guess it is there. I know it is there. I have always known. And I did not draw near you tonight to expose it or to ask you to explain it. I came to heal it. You need not find the words. The place in you that hurts most is often the place that has no words, and I do not need you to translate your wound into language before I can reach it. I made you. I know the shape of the ache without being told. Rest in that. There is nothing you must first put into sentences for me to begin. Hear again what was spoken of the one who carried your healing. By his wounds you were healed, not by your strength, not by your understanding of what went wrong, not by your ability to forgive the ones who hurt you, or to forgive yourself for the part you cannot stop replaying at night. By his wounds. Your healing was purchased in a place you did not have to visit, through a suffering you did not have to bear, and it is offered to you now as a gift already paid for in full. This is the thing the tired heart forgets when the room goes dark. Your healing does not wait on your effort. It was finished before you knew you needed it. When I look at the wound you have hidden, I do not see a debt you still owe. I see a wound I have already covered with my own. Feel that settle slowly. There is no hurry in this room, and no clock I am watching. Somewhere in you, there is a memory that still holds power over your body. A word that was said and never taken back. A door that closed. Someone who left or someone who stayed and should not have. A season when you prayed and heard nothing, and something in you quietly decided it was safer to stop hoping than to hope again and be left standing in the same silence. I was not absent from that memory. I know it feels as though I was. It feels as though the room was empty except for you and the pain. But I was nearer to you in that moment than the pain itself, closer than the grief, closer than the fear. You could not feel me then because the wound was loud, and I am not loud. I do not shout over your suffering. I stay beneath it, holding you up from underneath, even when you cannot tell that anything is holding you at all. Breathe now, and follow the breath all the way down, past the chest, into the places that tighten when that memory rises. You are safe here. This is my presence, and nothing in my presence can harm you. Feel the weight of your body against whatever holds you. The mattress beneath you, the pillow under your head. That weight is not a burden tonight. It is the feeling of being held. The same steadiness that keeps the ground beneath your feet by day is the steadiness that keeps your soul by night. You are resting on something that will not give way beneath you. There was a woman once who carried a hurt for 12 years. A bleeding that would not stop, a suffering she had spent everything trying to heal, going from one who promised help to the next, growing worse instead of better, until she had nothing left but the ache and the shame of it. Her wound was the kind people did not speak of. It kept her at the edges, unclean by the reckoning of her day, unable to be touched or to touch. So when she came to me, she came from behind in the crowd, hidden, reaching only for the hem of my garment, telling herself that if she could touch even the edge of me without being seen, it would be enough. She did not want to be noticed. She only wanted to be well. And she was healed the instant she touched me. But I did not let her slip back into the crowd unseen. I turned and asked who had touched me, not to shame her, but because I would not let her healing be a thing done in hiding, as if she had to steal it. I wanted to see her face. I wanted her to hear me call her daughter. I wanted her to know it was not the secret touch that saved her but her faith, and that she could go in peace, whole, no longer at the edges, no longer hidden. I tell you this because I know how much of your reaching has been done from behind in the dark, hoping to be healed without having to be seen. You may touch the edge of me tonight and think it must be done in secret. But I turn toward you the same way. I call you the same tender name. What you hope to receive in hiding, I give you in full, and I want you to know it was me who gave it, and that you never have to reach from the shadows again. I want to speak to the part of you that believes the hurt is your fault. Many who carry a hidden wound carry a second wound beneath it. the belief that they should have prevented it, or seen it coming, or been strong enough to keep it from marking them. And so the pain doubles. There is the injury, and then there is the shame of the injury, the private verdict that a better person, a stronger person, a more faithful person would not still be hurting like this. Set that verdict down. It was never mine. Not once have I looked at your wound and thought less of you for carrying it. The same prophet who wrote of the one pierced for you wrote also of a bruised reed I will not break, and a smoldering wick I will not put out. When your faith has been worn down to almost nothing, a flicker, a thread, a reed already bent to the edge of snapping, that is exactly what I bend down to protect. I do not finish what the world began breaking in you. I mend it. So the shame can go now. Feel it lift off you like something that was never yours to wear. You were not too weak. You were wounded, and a wound is not a weakness. Even the strongest tree bears the mark where the storm struck it, and the mark does not mean the tree failed. It means the tree stood through something. You are still standing. The very fact that you are here tonight, still reaching, still willing to bring the hidden place into my presence, is not the mark of someone who failed. It is the mark of someone who endured. Now let me do something in the quiet that only I can do. Let me go to the root. The pain you feel on the surface is real, but it is fed by something deeper, the way a plant is fed by roots no eye can see. You have spent so long tending the surface, managing the feeling when it rises, distracting yourself when the memory returns, holding your composure in front of others, that you have had no strength left to reach the root. You were never asked to reach it. That reach was always mine to make. Let me go down into it now. Into the first place it began. Into the moment the belief took hold that you were alone, or unworthy, or too much, or not enough. I am going to that first place, and I am speaking a truer word over it than the word that was spoken there. Where you were told you were too much, I am telling you that you are wanted. All of you. Nothing held back. Where you were told you were not enough, I am telling you that you were never asked to be the source of your own sufficiency. That I am your enough, and I have never once run short. Rest while I work. You do not have to feel this happening for it to be happening. Let me anchor you again in something already true, in case the depth of this has stirred the ache before it stills it. I am close to the brokenhearted. I save the ones whose spirit is crushed. This is not a distant promise for some other, more deserving person. It is the reason I am in your room tonight. The very brokenness you have hidden is the thing that drew me nearest, because I have always gone first to the crushed places, the low places, the wounds that others could not bear to look at. You did not have to become whole to earn my nearness. Your brokenness was the address I came to. So the closer this reaches to the true center of your hurt, the closer I am, not the further. Where it goes deepest, I am deepest. You are not being taken somewhere I will not follow. I am already there, waiting at the root before you arrive. Roots grow in the dark. Bone knits in the dark. The deepest healing in all creation happens in places light cannot reach and eyes cannot watch, and it happens whether or not anyone is awake to see it. So it is with what I am doing in you now. You may sleep straight through it. You may wake with no memory of this hour and only a strange lightness you cannot account for. That lightness will be me, having gone to the root while you rested, and having spoken there. Feel the tension leave your hands. Feel your jaw come unclenched. The shoulders that have carried the invisible weight can come all the way down. There is a kind of tiredness that sleep alone cannot touch, because it is not the body that is worn but the spirit, thinned from holding what it was never built to hold for so long. That is the tiredness I am reaching now. The body I restore with rest. The spirit I restore with my presence, and my presence is here, filling the room, filling the space between your breaths, closer than the air moving in and out of you. You cannot gather it by force, and you need not reach for it. You have only to stop holding the door shut, and even that I will help you with. Only soften. Only let this next breath be a little slower than the last. I know there are prayers you prayed about this wound that seem to go unanswered. I know it may feel as though I heard everyone else and passed you by. Hear me gently. No prayer you prayed was lost. Not one word of it fell to the ground and vanished. Every cry you made in the night, every prayer you were too tired to finish, every ache you could not even shape into a request, I received all of it, and I have been answering in ways slower and deeper than the answer you asked for. You asked me to take the pain. I have been doing something greater and quieter. I have been healing the place the pain came from, so that you are not merely relieved but remade. That kind of healing cannot be hurried, and it cannot be undone. It is the kind that holds. So tonight, let this be enough. I am here, and I am healing you, and I am in no hurry, and I am not going anywhere. Rest here, beloved. In my hands, the hidden place is no longer a wound. It is becoming the very ground where you will one day know me best. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Psalm 34, verse 18. Notice how near I have come. Not near in the way of one who watches from the doorway, keeping a careful distance from the mess of another's pain. Near in the way of one who has come all the way in and sat down beside you, close enough to feel the weight of what you carry. That is where I am tonight, close to the brokenhearted. Nearest, not to the ones who have it together, but to the ones whose spirit has been crushed low. If your heart is broken, you have not disqualified yourself from my presence. You have located it. The very brokenness you thought was pushing me away is the thing that drew me to your side. The world taught you something different. The world honors the strong, the composed, the ones who never seem to bleed. So you learned to hide the cracks, to answer that you were fine, to carry the grief in a way that would not trouble anyone. And slowly a lie took root, that your brokenness was something to be ashamed of, something to keep from me most of all. That lie can fall away now. I do not stand at a distance from broken things. I gather them. I bend low over them. I have always drawn nearest to the places others step around. Feel how the shame has lived in your body. The way you brace when someone gets too close to the truth. The way your breath goes shallow when the memory surfaces. The way you have held yourself slightly apart, even from those who love you, because some part of you decided you were too damaged to be fully known. Let me speak to that part now. You are not too damaged to be loved. You are not too far gone to be gathered. There is no version of you so broken that I would draw back from it, because I am not drawn to your strength in the first place. I am drawn to you. I have been drawn to you the whole time, in your worst season and your weakest hour, with a nearness that shame could never talk me out of. Breathe that in. Feel your chest rise with it, and feel it settle as you breathe out. Let me show you how I receive the one who is sure they have disqualified themselves. There was a son who took all he had been given and wasted it, and came to the end of himself in a far country, rehearsing on the long road home the speech of a person who no longer expects to be treated as a child. He had it all prepared. I am no longer worthy to be called your son. Make me only a servant. And while he was still a long way off, before he could say a word of it, his father saw him and was filled with compassion and ran to him and threw his arms around him and kissed him. The son had come home braced for distance and was met with running. He had come home expecting a reckoning and was met with an embrace before he could even confess. That is how I come toward you tonight. You have rehearsed your unworthiness so many times it has become the only speech you know. But I am not waiting at the end of the road with my arms crossed, listening to see whether your apology is good enough. I am running. I have been running toward you the whole time you were bracing for my coldness. The distance you feared is only in your own expectation. In mine, there is no distance at all, only a father who saw you coming and could not wait to reach you. So set down the speech. You do not have to earn your way back into being loved, because you never lost it. The robe is already on your shoulders. The welcome was decided long before you found the courage to turn toward home. Feel the relief of that reach all the way into your body. The loosening of a person who thought they would have to grovel and instead was simply gathered in. I know how tired shame makes a person. It is its own kind of labor, the endless work of hiding, the vigilance of making sure no one sees the real thing. You have been doing that work for a long time, and it has cost you sleep, and it has cost you closeness, and it has cost you the simple rest of being fully known and fully kept anyway. Lay that labor down. In this room there is nothing to hide, because there is nothing I have not already seen and already loved. You are fully known here, and being fully known has not lessened my tenderness toward you by even a fraction. It never will. The reed already bent to breaking, I will not snap. The wick with almost no flame left, I will not pinch out. When you are at your lowest, when the smallest breath of trouble could finish what strength you have left, that is precisely when I handle you most gently. I do not add weight to the crushed. I lift them. I do not shame the bleeding. I bind them. So let the crushed places in your spirit come up into the light of my nearness. Not to be judged, to be saved. That is the promise. I am close to the brokenhearted, and I save the ones whose spirit is crushed. Nearness and rescue in the same breath, offered to the exact place you were most afraid to show. Feel the weight ease a little further. The guard you have kept for so long can come down, just for these hours, just in this quiet. No one is watching to catch you weak. Only I am here, and I have never once used your weakness against you. Rest now in the strangest comfort of all, that the brokenness you tried to hide is the very thing that has kept me so close. You were never as alone in it as you felt. I was always nearest where it hurt the most. The last of the hiding can fall away as you drift. For years, some part of you has stood at the door of your own heart, deciding what could be shown and what must be kept back, exhausted from the constant guarding. Tonight, that door can simply stand open, because the one in the room is the one who already knows everything behind it and loves you still. There is nothing left to protect. There is no expression to manage, no version of yourself to maintain, no distance to keep. You are seen all the way through, and being seen all the way through, you are loved all the way through. Those two things have never once come apart in me, and they never will. Feel how much lighter a body becomes when it no longer has to hide. The breath deepens on its own. The chest unclenches. Something in the shoulders that has been braced for judgment finally understands that no judgment is coming and lets go. This is the rest that shame has kept from you for so long. Not merely the rest of sleep, but the rest of being fully known and fully wanted in the same moment. Sink into it now. It is yours. It was always going to be yours the moment you stopped believing you had to hide to keep it. Rest here, beloved. The near God does not leave when the light goes out. He draws closer still. Praise the Lord, my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from the pit and crowns you with love and compassion, who satisfies your desires with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. Psalm 103, verses 2 to 5. Let me speak now to your body. Not only to your heart, not only to your spirit, but to the flesh and bone that have carried you through every day of your life, often without thanks, often in quiet pain. Your body has been faithful to you. It has risen morning after morning, done what was asked, endured what was hard, and held on through seasons when it was running on almost nothing. Tonight I want to tend to it directly. You are the one who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases. This is what my own word says of me, and I do not say it lightly. Healing is not a rare exception, I grant reluctantly. It is bound up in who I am, listed among my benefits the way a father's provision is simply part of being a father. I heal. It is my nature to heal. So bring the part of your body that hurts into my presence now. You know where it is. The place that aches when you lie down. The tension that never fully leaves. The tiredness that has soaked so deep into you that you have almost forgotten what it felt like to wake rested. Bring it here. Do not manage it now. Do not brace against it. Let it simply be present before the one who made it and knows every fiber of it. I formed you. I know the intricate work of you better than the finest physician ever could, because I did not study you from the outside. I wove you together in the first place. Every system that keeps you alive, every quiet repair your body performs while you sleep, the knitting of tissue, the calming of inflammation, the slow, steady work of restoration that happens unseen. All of it runs on a design I authored, and I contend the design I made. I knit you together in the secret place, in the hidden dark before you ever drew a breath. I saw your unformed body and wrote all your days in my book before one of them came to be. There is not a single cell of you that assembled itself apart from my hand. When my word says you are fearfully and wonderfully made, it is not flattery. It is the plain truth of a work I did with care, deliberately, delighting in each part as it came to be. You may have grown used to speaking of your body as a problem, a source of pain, a thing that has failed you. But I have never once looked at you as a failed thing. I look at you as my handiwork, wonderfully made, and even now, worn as it is, I tend it the way an artist tends the work of their own hands. Not with disappointment, but with love for what I made and intend to restore. So the ache you have almost apologized for bringing to me is not an imposition. It is exactly what I made this night for. Bring the part that has been diagnosed and the part that has never had a name. Bring the tiredness that no test could explain. Bring the pain you have stopped mentioning because you did not want to be a burden. None of it burdens me. I made every fiber it lives in, and I am glad to tend it. Breathe slowly, and as you breathe, imagine the breath reaching the tired places. There is no strain in this. You are not working the healing. You are only receiving it, the way dry ground receives rain without effort, without earning it, simply by being open to the sky. I redeem your life from the pit. Whatever felt like it was pulling you down, the exhaustion that had begun to feel like sinking, the pain that whispered it would never lift. I reach into that pit and I lift you out. Not because you climbed hard enough, because I reached down far enough. And my reach has no floor it cannot touch. Feel your body grow heavier against the bed. That heaviness is good. It is the weight of tension finally releasing, the body sinking into a rest it has needed for longer than you know. Allow it to happen. Every muscle that has been holding can unhold. Start at the crown of your head and let the release travel down. The small muscles around your eyes, your jaw, the back of your neck where you carry so much, your shoulders, your arms, your hands, all the way down through your chest and your back, into your legs, out through the soles of your feet. The day can drain out of you and into the ground, and my peace will fill the space it leaves. Let me move through the tired places one by one, the way a healer lays a hand on each in turn. To the head that has ached and fought too long, I bring quiet. To the eyes that have strained and wept, I bring rest. To the throat that held back so much it wanted to say, I bring release. To the shoulders and the back that have borne the invisible weight, I bring the relief of a burden lifted. To the heart beating faithfully in your chest, I bring steadiness and peace. To the stomach that has knotted with worry, I bring calm. To the arms and the legs worn from the day's carrying, I bring the deep rest of the well-loved. There is no part of you outside my tending in this hour. From the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, I am moving through you with healing in my hands. I crown you with love and compassion, not with judgment for how run down you let yourself become, not with a lecture about rest you should have taken sooner. With love, with compassion. I look at your tired body the way a mother looks at a child who has finally fallen asleep after fighting it for hours. With nothing but tenderness, glad you are resting at last. I satisfy your desires with good things, so that your youth is renewed like the eagle's. There is a renewing I do that runs deeper than a single night of sleep, though I will give you the sleep too. It is the renewing of strength you thought was gone for good. The eagle does not manufacture its own renewal. It rises on a current it did not create, carried up by a strength outside itself. So will you rise, not on the strength you can muster, which is spent, on mine, which never is. May this night be the beginning of that renewing. While you sleep, I will be at work in the tired places, quieting what is inflamed, steadying what is strained, restoring what the long days wore down. You will not feel the mechanism of it, any more than you feel your bones healing or your cells renewing on an ordinary night. You have only to rest and let me work the design I built. You need not understand your body to trust the one who made it, nor diagnose the ache to bring it to me. Only bring it and rest, and let the God whose nature is to heal do what his nature does. Sleep now, beloved. Your body is not a burden to me. It is my handiwork, and I tend it with delight through the whole of the night. I am watching over you while you sleep. I do not close my eyes. The dark holds no trouble I have not already seen. You are not keeping this night alone. I keep it, and I keep you inside it. Nothing can reach you here that has not passed through me. The one who watches you does not grow tired. The one who watches you does not look away. Sleep is safe in a room where I am awake. I number the hours so you do not have to. I hold the dark so it cannot hold you. Every shadow in this room answers to me. You may rest as deeply as you like. I will not drift off while you sleep. I have never once fallen asleep at my post. The whole night is under my eye. Your breathing is under my eye. Your heartbeat is under my eye. I am counting neither, and I am missing neither. Lie still. You are being watched over by love. Not watched to be judged. Watched to be kept. I keep what I love, and I love you. The night is long, and I am here for all of it. The night is dark, and I see through all of it. Nothing about this hour is beyond me. Nothing about you is unguarded tonight. The walls of your watchfulness can come down. You do not have to guard yourself anymore. I have taken the whole of the watch. Every hour of it. Every corner of it. You can let your grip loosen completely. There is a keeper in the room, and it is me. Rest. The stars are held in place tonight, and so are you. The same hand that steadies the sky steadies you. I have never dropped what I was keeping. I will not begin with you. Sleep inside the safety of being watched over. Sleep inside the quiet of being kept. Nothing needs your vigilance for a few hours. Nothing needs you to stay awake and afraid. I am awake so that you can stop being. Lay your head all the way down. The last of the watching is mine. You are kept. You are covered. You are watched over by one who loves you. Rest now. The keeper does not sleep. The keeper does not leave. The keeper has you. Sleep. You will keep in perfect peace those whose minds are steadfast, because they trust in you. Isaiah 26, verse 3. Let me quiet your mind now. I know it has been loud. I know that even as your body begins to rest, the mind can keep running, turning the same worries over and over the way a wheel keeps spinning after the hand has left it. You lie down to sleep and the thoughts arrive. What went wrong today? What might go wrong tomorrow? The conversation you cannot stop replaying, the fear you cannot quite name. The body stills, and the mind races on alone in the quiet. Bring that racing mind to me. Not to silence it by force, and not to shame it for spinning. Bring it the way you would bring a frightened child in from a storm. Gently, without scolding, simply drawing it into a safer room. The peace I give is not the absence of everything hard. It is a peace that keeps, that holds steady in the middle of what has not yet been resolved. I keep in perfect peace the mind that stays on me. Not the mind that has figured everything out. Not the mind that has silenced every question. The mind that turns again and again back toward me and lets its weight rest there. So let your thoughts, each time they rise, have somewhere to land. There is no need to fight them off, no argument to win against your own fear at this hour. Each time a worry lifts its head, let it turn toward me and let it rest. That is all. A thought comes. You turn it toward me. It settles. Another comes. You turn it toward me. It settles. Slowly the whole restless field of your mind grows quiet, not because you conquered it, but because it kept finding me there. Breathe in slowly through your nose. Hold it a moment. Let it out, long and unhurried, through your mouth. Again. As the breath slows, the mind slows with it. This is not a trick. It is the way I made you, body and mind woven together, so that when the breath grows calm, the thoughts have permission to follow. The things you are turning over tonight are real. I am not asking you to pretend they do not exist. I am asking you to set them, one by one, into hands that are stronger and wiser and more awake than yours. You have been trying to solve at midnight what was never yours to solve alone, and certainly not at this hour, certainly not while exhausted. Give it to me. I will still be holding it when you wake, and I will hold it far better through the night than your worrying ever could. Cast every anxious thought onto me, because I care for you. Not one of your worries is too small for my attention or too large for my strength. The thing that has kept you awake for weeks, I can carry without effort. The fear you have not spoken aloud to anyone, I already know, and I am not overwhelmed by it. Hand it over. Feel the difference in your body the moment you stop gripping it. The way the shoulders drop, the way the breath deepens, the way the mind finally begins to loosen its hold. There is a guard I set over the mind that trusts me. A peace that stands watch at the door of your thoughts, turning back the fears that try to crowd in. You are free to leave that watch to me tonight. I am setting the guard. Sleep behind it. Nothing that troubles you can get past the peace I am placing at the threshold of your mind. This is the peace my word promises to the one who brings everything to me in prayer, instead of carrying it alone. A peace that surpasses all understanding, that will guard your heart and your mind. Notice that it surpasses understanding. You will not always be able to explain why you feel calm when the situation has not yet changed. The peace does not come from having figured it out. It comes from having handed it over. It is a peace that does not wait for your circumstances to resolve before it settles on you. It settles first and steadies you while you wait for the resolving. That is the peace standing guard over you now, and it does not need your understanding in order to keep you. Remember the night the storm came up on the water, and the waves broke over the boat, and the ones I loved were certain they would drown. And where was I in that storm? Asleep. Not because I did not care that the wind was howling, but because I knew whose hands the night was in, and I could rest in the very middle of what terrified them. They woke me in a panic, and I stilled the wind with a word, and then I asked them gently why they were so afraid. Not to shame them. To show them that the peace they were missing had been in the boat with them the whole time, sleeping, available, waiting to be trusted. The same peace is in your room tonight. You need not wake it in a panic. You have only to lie down beside it and trust that the one who can still any storm with a word is keeping watch over yours. So let your thoughts grow quiet in the presence of the one who sleeps through storms. The last thoughts of the day can grow soft and slow now, losing their sharp edges, until the worries that felt urgent an hour ago begin to feel distant, quiet, small against the largeness of my keeping. You are not in charge of the night. I am. You are not the one holding tomorrow together. I am. You can lay your mind down as safely as you lay down your head. There is a particular cruelty to the mind at night. The way it replays the thing you said wrong, rehearses the conversation you dread, gathers up every loose fear, and lays them all on you at once in the dark, when you are least able to answer them. You know this pattern. You have lain awake inside it more nights than you can count. But hear me. Those midnight thoughts are not telling you the truth. They wear the costume of wisdom, pretending to be the responsible voice that keeps you safe by keeping you worried. They are not wisdom. They are fear in a borrowed robe, and they lose their power the moment you stop treating them as prophets. Do not argue with them tonight. Do not follow them down their dark corridors. Simply notice them, name them for what they are. Fear, not truth. And let them go, the way you would let go of a hand that was pulling you somewhere you did not want to go. I am renewing your mind, not by making you think harder, but by giving you a different voice to listen for beneath the noise. Mine. The voice that does not accuse, does not catastrophize, does not multiply your fears. The voice that says you are kept, you are held in love, tomorrow is already provided for, and you may rest. Listen for that voice now beneath the noise. It has been here the whole time, quieter than the fear because it has nothing to prove. It can become the loudest thing in the room. the thought you fall asleep holding. Rest here, beloved. I am the keeper of your mind, and I keep it in a peace the night cannot break. You keep track of all my sorrows. You have collected all my tears in your bottle. You have recorded each one in your book. Psalm 56, verse 8. If there are tears tonight, let them come. You do not have to hold them back in the dark. There is no one here to be strong for. The composure you keep all day, the steadiness you offer everyone who leans on you, you can set it down now. If grief has been waiting for a quiet moment to surface, this is a safe place for it to rise. I keep track of all your sorrows. Everyone. The griefs the world would call large, and the ones it would call small and tell you to be over by now. I do not rank them or rush them. I have collected each of your tears and kept them, the way one keeps something precious, something not to be thrown away. Your weeping has never been wasted in my sight. Not one tear of yours has fallen unnoticed to the ground. Think of what that means. The nights you cried alone and thought no one saw. I saw. I was there, gathering what fell. The grief you carried in silence because there was no one to tell, or no words to tell it with. I recorded each part of it in my book, because it mattered, because you matter, because nothing that breaks your heart is small to the one who loves you. So you have never grieved alone, even in the rooms where it felt most solitary. I was present in everyone. I sat with you in the loss. I stayed through the long nights. And I am here now, in this one, near to the part of you that still aches over what or whom you lost. Breathe, and let the grief move if it needs to. Grief is not a failure of faith. It is love with nowhere left to go, and I made you to love deeply, so I understand why it hurts this much to lose. I do not stand over your sorrow impatient for it to end. I sit inside it with you for as long as it lasts. Do not believe the voice that tells you a person of real faith would be past this by now. When I came to the tomb of a friend I loved and saw his sisters weeping and felt the weight of that loss in a world broken by death, I wept too. I, who knew that within moments I would call him out of the grave alive, still stood there and wept, because the grief was real and love does not pretend. If I wept at a loss I was about to undo, then your tears over your loss are not a lack of faith. They are the honest response of a heart that loved, and I share them. I am not ashamed of your weeping, and you need not be either. There is no timeline you have failed to meet. Grief keeps its own time, and I keep company with you inside it, however long it runs. Hear the promise I have made to those who mourn. Not that they should stop, but that they will be comforted. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. The comfort is coming to you as surely as the promise was made. Not a comfort that dismisses the loss or asks you to pretend it did not matter, but a comfort that meets you inside the mourning and stays until the ache is bearable again, and then bearable more, until one day you find you can hold both the love and the loss without breaking. That day is coming. Tonight, let the comfort begin its slow work, not to end your grief tonight, but to sit with you in it, so you do not carry it alone even for one more hour. There is a promise I want to lay gently over your grief tonight, not to hurry it, but to hold it. Weeping may stay for the night, but joy comes in the morning. I am not telling you the weeping does not count. The night is real, and it can be long, and I never pretend otherwise. I am telling you the night is not the whole story. There is a morning I am bringing, as surely as I bring the dawn after every dark, and joy is traveling toward you on it, even now, even while it is still dark. You do not have to feel that joy yet. It is enough tonight to know it is coming. The one who keeps track of your sorrows is the same one who is preparing your morning, and he has never yet let a night run on forever. Let me tell you something about how I meet grief, so you never imagine I stand above it unmoved. There was a tomb once, and a friend I loved inside it, and two sisters broken with sorrow that he was gone. I knew what I was about to do. I knew that in moments I would call him out of that grave alive. And still, standing there before the tomb, seeing their tears, I wept. The shortest and one of the truest lines ever written of me is simply that I wept. I did not hurry past their sorrow to get to the miracle. I entered it. I let it move me. I stood in the middle of their grief with tears of my own, because love grieves, and I am love. So when you weep tonight, you are not weeping in front of a God who wishes you would stop. You are weeping in the presence of one who has wept, who knows the exact weight of tears, who does not measure your faith by how quickly you recover. I am near your grief the way I was near that tomb. Moved, present, unhurried, and holding in my hands a resurrection you cannot yet see. The tears and the coming joy are not enemies. I hold them both. I wept at the tomb of the very friend I was about to raise. Your weeping tonight and your joy in the morning are held in those same hands. The tears, if they came, can do their gentle work and then ease. Feel how the body softens after weeping, how the breath comes deeper, how a kind of tiredness settles that is not heavy but clean, the tiredness of something released that was held too long. I am close to you in this, nearer in your grief than in almost any other place, because grief is where the heart is most open, and I go where the heart is open. Let me be near now. Let me hold the part of you that lost something. Let me keep watch over your sorrow while you sleep, so that even your grief can rest. Rest here, beloved. Your tears are kept. Your sorrow is seen. and your morning is already on its way. I remain confident of this. I will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Wait for the Lord. Be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord. Psalm 2, verses 13 to 14. I know how long you have been waiting for the healing that has not yet fully come, for the answer that has not yet arrived, for the change you have prayed toward for so long that the prayer has worn smooth in your hands, like a stone carried in a pocket for years. Waiting is its own kind of ache, and few see it because it makes no sound. But I see it. I have watched you wait, and I have not mistaken your waiting for a lack of faith. Waiting is not the absence of my work. It is often the very shape of it. Beneath the stillness you can see, I am moving in ways you cannot, arranging what needs to be arranged, ripening what is not yet ready, doing in the unseen what will one day become visible. The seed in the ground looks like nothing is happening for a long time before the first green breaks the surface. But the whole time underground, it is becoming what it will be. So do not measure my faithfulness by how much has changed on the surface. The surface is the last place my work appears, not the first. Long before you see it, I am already doing it. You will see the goodness of the Lord in the land of the living. Not only in some far country after this life is over. Here, in the land of the living, in your actual days, your real body, your ongoing story. There is goodness of mine that you have not yet seen, waiting up ahead for you, and you will not miss it. The waiting will end. The goodness will come. You have my word on it, and my word does not return empty. Breathe, and let the tiredness of waiting be honest before me. It has worn on you. Hope deferred makes the heart sick, and you have hoped for a long time, and there have been days the sickness of it was almost too much. I am not blind to that cost. I am tender toward the exhaustion of the ones who have waited long and are still, barely, holding on. Let me strengthen the part of you that has grown weary in the waiting. Those who wait upon me will renew their strength. They will rise up on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. The strength for the waiting is bound to the waiting itself. It is given to those who wait, precisely as they wait. You are not being asked to hold on by your own grip. You are being invited to trade your worn-out strength for mine, which does not run down, and to rise on it the way the eagle rises on a current it did not make. Be strong and take heart, my word says, and hear how it is framed. It does not command you to manufacture strength from nothing. It is an invitation to receive mine. The strength to keep waiting well is not something you have to squeeze out of your own depleted reserves. It is something I supply, fresh, to the ones who look to me. Look to me now, and let me be the strength you no longer have. You are not waiting for a God who might not come through. You are waiting for the one who has never once broken a promise in all of history, who has never abandoned a single person who trusted him, who has never let a faithful waiting go unrewarded in the end. Your waiting is not a gamble. It is an investment in the character of a God who always, always keeps his word. There were those who waited their whole lives and were not disappointed. An old man named Simeon had been promised he would not die before he saw the salvation of his people, and he waited year after year into old age, holding a promise the world would have called foolish to keep believing. And one ordinary day he came into the temple and took a long-awaited child into his arms and knew at last that the waiting was over, that the promise, held so long, had come true in his own hands. An old woman named Anna had waited even longer, decades in that same temple, and she too saw what she had waited for. Their long waiting was not wasted. It was a vigil that ended in joy. So will yours. However old your promise has grown in your hands, however foolish the world might think you for still holding it, you are not waiting in vain. There is an ordinary day ahead of you when the thing you have waited for will be placed at last into your own arms. Long before them, there was Abraham, who was given a promise of a son and then waited 25 years for it. Waited until his own body and his wife's were far past the age when such a thing was possible. Waited until the promise seemed not merely delayed but impossible. And still the son came, exactly as I had said, and laughter was born in their old age. I did not forget the word I spoke to him across all those years. The delay did not mean I had changed my mind. It meant the promise would arrive at the hour I chose, in a way that left no doubt whose hand had brought it. Your waiting, too, is not a sign that the promise has failed. It is the length of the road that leads to a thing so clearly mine that you will never mistake it for coincidence when it comes. So tonight you can lay the waiting down for a few hours. There is no need to keep vigil over your own hope. I will keep it for you while you sleep. The thing you have been watching and waiting for, I am watching it too, more closely than you ever could, and I will not let the moment pass when it is time. You can close your eyes. The one who is bringing your answer never sleeps, so your waiting is safe even while you rest. So let the weariness of the long waiting sink into the bed beneath you now. You have carried the hope a long way, checking it, guarding it, wondering each morning if this would be the day. Set it in my hands for the night. I will not let it fall. I will not let it fade while you sleep. You can stop holding your breath for a few hours and simply rest, because the promise does not depend on your vigilance to stay alive. It depends on my faithfulness, and my faithfulness does not sleep. close your eyes, beloved. The waiting will not last forever. And the one you are waiting for is faithful and near and already at work in the dark. Whoever dwells in the shelter of the Most High will rest in the shadow of the Almighty. You will not fear the terror of night, nor the arrow that flies by day. He will cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you will find refuge. Psalm 91, verses 1, 4, and 5. Come and rest in the shelter I have made for you. There is a place where the one who dwells close to me abides. A hidden place, a covered place, out of reach of the things that frighten you in the dark. You are in it now. As you lie here, you are not exposed to the night. You are sheltered in it, held in the shadow of the Almighty, where the fears that circle in the small hours cannot reach the one I am keeping. The night has its own particular fears. Things that seem manageable by day grow large after midnight. The worry that was a whisper at noon becomes a voice at 3 in the morning. The what-ifs multiply in the dark. You know this. You have lain awake and felt the night press its fears against you. But hear what I have promised. You will not fear the terror of the night. Not because the night has no terrors, but because you are sheltered from them in me, and my shelter holds. Feel that promise settle over you like warmth. Under my wings you find refuge. The image is of a bird gathering its young beneath itself, close to the warmth of its own body, safe from everything outside. That is how I keep you through the night. Not at arm's length. Gathered in. Close enough to feel kept. Nothing can reach you here that has not first passed through the one who shelters you, and nothing that would harm your soul will ever be permitted through. Breathe and feel how safe it is to be this close to me. The fear you have carried into the night can loosen its grip now. You are not standing guard over yourself. You are not the last line of defense between you and the dark. I am your refuge, and a refuge does not need the one inside it to help hold the walls. It only needs them to come in and stay. You are in. You can stay. You can rest. Lift the weight of watching off yourself entirely, and hear this word laid over your night. I am the one who watches over you, and I will not let your foot slip. I who keep you will neither slumber nor sleep. I watch over your coming and going, over your lying down and your rising up, both now and forevermore. Every phrase of that promise is a lock on the door of your night. You lie down. I am watching. You rise in the morning. I have been watching the whole time. The sun will not strike you by day, nor the moon by night, because the one keeping you does not take his eyes off you for even the length of a single breath. You have been trying to keep watch over your own life, exhausting yourself with a vigilance that was never yours to carry. Hand the watch to me now, completely. I have never once fallen asleep at it, and I never will. And you are not as unguarded as you feel. Around the one who fears me, I place my angels. They encamp around those who belong to me, and they deliver them. You cannot see them, but the room you lie in tonight is not empty of my protection. There is a guard set around you that the darkness cannot break through, a hedge of keeping that has surrounded you on more nights than you ever knew. The dangers you feared in the dark, and the ones you never even sensed, have been turned back at a border you could not see. Sleep inside that guarded circle now. Nothing crosses it that I have not permitted, and I permit nothing that would harm the soul I am keeping. If you have been waking in the night, startled at 3 or 4 in the morning, heart-pounding, mind already racing before you are fully awake, let me speak to those hours directly. The fourth watch of the night, the darkest stretch before dawn, is not a stretch I have abandoned you to. I am awake in it. I keep watch through the very hours when your defenses are lowest and your fears are loudest. When you wake in the dark and do not know why, know this. I am already there, already keeping you, already near. You are not waking alone into an empty night. You are waking into the presence of the one who never left his post. So if you wake later, do not be afraid. Do not take the waking as a sign that the peace has failed. Simply turn, in that moment, back toward me, and find that I am exactly where I was when you fell asleep. Near, watchful, unwearied, keeping you. Hear the sound of these words return to you then, in the dark. You are in the shelter holds. I do not slumber. I do not sleep. The one who keeps you with eyes that never close, which is exactly why yours can. You can afford to sleep deeply because I have taken the whole of the watch, every hour of it, every dark stretch of it, all the way through to the light. Nothing will happen in this night that catches me unaware. Nothing will come near you that I have not already accounted for. Your whole body can rest inside that safety now. The vigilance you have carried, the readiness to respond, the low hum of alertness that has kept you from ever fully resting, all of it can go quiet. You are covered. You are hidden. You are kept. The night belongs to the one who is watching over you, and he is watching with love. There is a way the body sleeps when it truly believes it is safe. Deeper than it has slept in a long time, down beneath the shallow, guarded sleep of someone half-braced for trouble. That deeper sleep is available to you tonight, because the thing your body has been braced against, I have already taken charge of. You can send the alertness all the way down. You can stop listening for the next hard thing. There is no threat approaching this shelter that I have not already met at its edge. So the last of the guarding can dissolve. Your breathing can slow and deepen. The muscles that have stayed ready even in sleep can finally fully stand down. You are as safe as a child asleep in a house where the Father is awake, and the Father is me, and I do not tire, and I do not leave, and I am glad to keep the watch so that you never have to again. Rest here, beloved. The shelter of the Most High is around you, and it does not fail through even the darkest watch of the night. I am watching over you while you sleep. I do not close my eyes. The dark holds no trouble I have not already seen. You are not keeping this night alone. I keep it, and I keep you inside it. Nothing can reach you here that has not passed through me. The one who watches you does not grow tired. The one who watches you does not look away. Sleep is safe in a room where I am awake. I number the hours so you do not have to. I hold the dark so it cannot hold you. Every shadow in this room answers to me. You may rest as deeply as you like. I will not drift off while you sleep. I have never once fallen asleep at my post. The whole night is under my eye. Your breathing is under my eye. Your heartbeat is under my eye. I am counting neither, and I am missing neither. Lie still. You are being watched over by love. Not watched to be judged. watch to be kept. I keep what I love, and I love you. The night is long, and I am here for all of it. The night is dark, and I see through all of it. Nothing about this hour is beyond me. Nothing about you is unguarded tonight. the walls of your watchfulness can come down. You do not have to guard yourself anymore. I have taken the whole of the watch, every hour of it, every corner of it. you can let your grip loosen completely. There is a keeper in the room, and it is me. Rest. The stars are held in place tonight, and so are you. The same hand that steadies the sky steadies you. I have never dropped what I was keeping. I will not begin with you. Sleep inside the safety of being watched over. Sleep inside the quiet of being kept. Nothing needs your vigilance for a few hours. Nothing needs you to stay awake and afraid. I am awake so that you can stop being. Lay your head all the way down. The last of the watching is mine. You are kept. You are covered. You are watched over by one who loves you. Rest now. The keeper does not sleep. The keeper does not leave. The keeper has you. Sleep. I do not rush the deep work. I do not leave it half done. I finish what I begin in a person. You are being finished, even now, in the quiet. rest. There is nothing you must do for this to be true. The healing does not depend on your believing hard enough. It depends on me, and I do not tire. I do not lose the thread of your body in the night. I do not forget which part still needs me. Every measurement of your wound is already taken. Every day of your restoring is already written. I am not guessing at what you need. I made you, and I am remaking you the same way. cell by cell, thought by thought, wound by wound. Nothing is too deep in you for me to reach. Nothing is too old in you to be made new. The dark is where I do my quietest work. Roots grow in it. Bone knits in it. Healing moves in it. You are being healed in exactly the place you cannot watch. So stop watching and rest. I have the night. I have the wound. I have you. Sleep inside a work that is already underway. Sleep inside a body I am already tending. Sleep inside a promise that is already being kept. The morning will find you further along than the night left you. I will still be at work when you wake. Nothing will be lost while you sleep. Rest now. The healing continues. It has not stopped. It will not stop. I am here. I am keeping you. I am making you whole. Rest. Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me, for I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. Matthew 11, verses 28 to 30. Come to me now, all the way. You have heard me call for weary ones, and you know that you are one of them. This is the call you have needed to hear for a long time. Not a call to do more, or try harder, or become worthy first. A call simply to come, tired as you are, burdened as you are, and to receive the one thing I have been holding out to you the whole time: rest. I will give you rest. It is a gift in my hands, already extended toward you. You do not earn it by finishing everything first. You do not qualify for it by getting your life in order. You come weary, and I give rest. That is the whole exchange. Your weariness is not a barrier to it. Your weariness is the very thing it was made for. Notice what I say of myself in the same breath. I am gentle and humble in heart. This is who is offering you rest. Not a hard master who will drive you further. Not a demanding voice that will add to your load. Gentle, humble, lowly. The kind of presence that a bruised and tired soul can come near without fear, because there is nothing harsh in me toward you, nothing waiting to criticize, nothing that will make you regret having drawn close. So draw close. Bring the whole weight of your weariness, the tiredness of body, the tiredness of mind, the deep tiredness of soul that no ordinary sleep has ever quite reached. That soul tiredness is the one I especially name. You will find rest for your souls, I said, because I knew that the deepest exhaustion is not in the muscles, but in the innermost self, the part of you that has been striving so long it has forgotten how to stop. It can stop now. Here, in my presence, the striving comes to an end. There is nothing to achieve in this room. There is nothing to prove. There is only me, gentle and near, and the rest I have been holding for you, and your own permission to finally receive it. Breathe, and receive as easily as you breathe. You do not gather rest by force. You open your hands and let it be placed in them. Open your hands now, if only in your heart. Stop gripping the day. Stop holding tomorrow. The weariness you have carried can be exchanged in the quiet for the rest I give. The yoke I offer is easy, and the burden I give is light. Whatever heavy thing you have been carrying, it did not come from me. I do not load the weary down further. What I give is light enough to carry even while you rest, because mostly I carry it for you, and only ask you to walk beside me while I do. You have been pulling a weight that was never yours to pull alone. Let me take the heavy end. Let me take, honestly, the whole of it for tonight. I am the shepherd who leads you, and here where I lead. I make you lie down in green pastures. I lead you beside quiet waters. I restore your soul. Notice that the shepherd does not drive the tired sheep onward until it collapses. I make it lie down in the good green place, by water that does not rush or frighten but lies still. That is what I am doing with you tonight. This is your green pasture. This is your quiet water. I have brought you here on purpose, not to ask more of you, but to let you lie down and be restored. And even when the path has led through the valley of the shadow, through the darkest low place you have walked, you need fear no evil, because I am with you there. My rod and my staff, the shepherd's tools of protection and guidance, are a comfort to you even in the dark. You have not wandered into this night alone. You were led here by one who knows the way to still water and lays his tired ones down beside it. So lie down now, fully, the way a sheep lies down only when it is not afraid, only when it is fed and safe and near the shepherd and free of every threat. All four are true for you tonight. You are fed by my word. You are safe in my keeping. You are near to me, nearer than your own breath. And every threat has been met by the one who watches. There is nothing left to keep you standing. Lie down in the green place. Let me restore your soul. Feel what happens in the body when the soul finally believes it is allowed to rest. The breath deepens. The muscles release the last of their holding. A stillness spreads that is not merely the absence of activity but the presence of peace, the particular peace of being with one who is gentle and safe and glad you came. You came to me weary. That is exactly how I hoped you would come. There was never a better version of you I was waiting for first. There was only you, tired and burdened, and my open invitation, and now the two have met, and the rest is yours. Understand how wide the invitation is. When I called the weary and the burdened, I said all you who are weary, all who are heavy laden. I did not carve out exceptions. I did not say all except the ones who brought this on themselves, or all except the ones who have come too many times, or all except the ones whose burden is too tangled to explain. All. If you are weary, the invitation has your name on it, with nothing to disqualify you. No fine print, no condition you must first satisfy. The door is not held slightly open, to be pulled shut if you turn out to be the wrong kind of tired. It is thrown wide, and it was thrown wide for exactly the person you are tonight. So stop knocking on a door that is already open. You have perhaps spent years hovering at the threshold of my rest, wondering if you were truly welcome, waiting for some sign that it was safe to come all the way in. Here is the sign. I called you. The invitation itself is the welcome. You do not need a second permission. Walk in. Sit down. Set the whole weight of yourself into the rest I have prepared, the way a traveler at the end of a long road finally sets down the pack they have carried for miles and feels the strange lightness of shoulders that no longer bear it. That lightness is yours now. You have arrived. You are inside. You may rest. Rest now, beloved. You came weary, and I am giving you rest, and the rest I give reaches all the way down to the soul. The Lord your God is with you, the mighty warrior who saves. He will take great delight in you. In his love he will no longer rebuke you, but will rejoice over you with singing. Zephaniah 3, verse 17. Let me tell you how I feel about you. Not only what I will do for you or how I will heal you, but how I feel toward you as you lie here. Because you have wondered. Somewhere beneath all the burdens, there is a quiet question you have carried a long time. Whether I am pleased with you or only patient with you. Whether I love you the way one loves a duty or the way one loves a delight. Hear the answer tonight. I take great delight in you. Not grudging tolerance. Not weary obligation. Delight. When I turn my attention toward you, what rises in me is the gladness of a father watching a child he treasures, the joy of one who sees not only what you have done or failed to do, but who you are and loves who you are, deeply gladly, without reservation. You may find that hard to believe about yourself tonight. You know your failures too well. You have kept a longer record of them than I have, and you have read it to yourself more times than you can count. But I am not reading that record over you now. In my love, I am not rebuking you. I have set the accusation down. What I am doing instead is the last thing you might expect from a God you feared was disappointed in you. I am rejoicing over you. I am singing. Allow that image to reach you where you are. Not a God with arms crossed, waiting for you to do better. A God bent over you the way a mother bends over a cradle, singing, quieting you with love, glad simply that you are His. That is what is happening in this room while you rest. There is a song over you now, and it is a song of delight, and you are its whole subject. He will quiet you with His love. That is the line I want you to fall asleep inside of. I quiet you not by force, not by demand, but by love. The way a fretful child grows still not because it was ordered to, but because it finally felt held, finally heard the voice it trusted, finally let go into the arms it knew were safe. May my love quiet you like that now. The restlessness can ease. The striving to be worthy can dissolve in the simple, stunning fact that you are already delighted in. Breathe and let yourself be loved without earning it. This is harder than it sounds for a soul that has worked so long for approval. But there is nothing to work for here. The delight is already yours. It was yours before you did anything today, and it will be yours tomorrow regardless of the day you have. My delight in you does not rise and fall with your performance. It rests on who you are to me, and that does not change. I am the mighty warrior who saves, and I am the one who sings over you with love, and these are not two different gods. The same strength that could move every obstacle is the strength that bends low to quiet you tonight. The power is real, and it is entirely on your side, and it expresses itself toward you not as force but as tenderness. That is how strong I am. Strong enough to be gentle with you, strong enough to sing. Hear where I am, according to my own word. I am in your midst, not watching from a far country, not stationed at some distance to be reached only by the worthy. In your midst, here in the room, in the center of your very life, closer than the walls around you. The God who sings over you is not singing from heaven's height down to a lonely earth. He has come into the middle of where you are, and it is from that nearness, that presence in your midst, that the song rises. You are not being loved from far away tonight. You are being loved from inside the room. And when my word says that in my love I will no longer rebuke you, hear the tenderness of it. There was a time you braced for rebuke whenever you came near me, certain that drawing close meant being corrected, being reminded of where you fell short. But I have quieted that. Love has silenced the rebuke. What you expected to hear from me, the disappointment, the list, the sigh, is not what I am speaking over you. I am speaking delight. I am singing. The voice you feared would scold you is instead the voice that soothes you to sleep. So let the song be the last thing you hear as you drift. Not the voice of your failures, not the record of your regrets. The song of the one who delights in you, quieting you with love, rejoicing over you as you finally, safely, fall asleep. Consider what it means that I delight in you while knowing everything. Human delight often depends on not seeing too much. People are charmed by what they know and would perhaps cool if they knew the rest. My delight is not like that. I see all of it. Every hidden thought, every private failure, everything you have done that you hope no one ever learns, every place you fall short of who you wish you were. I have seen the whole of you, the parts you show and the parts you bury, and my delight has not dimmed by a single degree. This is the delight that can actually hold you, because it is not built on a version of you that would collapse under the truth. It is built on the real you, fully known, and it does not flinch. You can rest inside a love like that completely, because there is no discovery waiting to undo it. I already know. I have always known, and I rejoice over you still. That is why the song does not stop when you sleep. A love that depended on your performance would fall silent the moment you stopped performing. The moment you slept and did nothing and earned nothing and simply lay there unconscious and unproductive. But my song is not a response to your doing. It is a response to your being, to the simple fact that you are mine. So it continues all through the night, over your sleeping form, when you are contributing nothing and proving nothing and are simply, entirely at rest. That is perhaps the truest picture of how I love you. Singing over you while you sleep, delighting in you while you do absolutely nothing to earn it. Sleep inside the song, beloved. You are delighted in. You are sung over. You are loved beyond your knowing, and the song does not stop when you sleep. Because of the Lord's great love we are not consumed, for his compassions never fail. They are new every morning. Great is your faithfulness. Lamentations 3, verses 22 to 23. There is a morning coming, and I want you to know what it holds. You are resting now in the deep part of the night, and that is right. The night is for rest. But even here, before the light returns, I want to place a hope in you for the morning, so that you sleep not only in the peace of tonight, but in the promise of tomorrow. Because the morning I am bringing you is not empty. It comes carrying something. It comes carrying mercy, fresh and new. My compassions never fail, and they are new every morning. Think of what that means for the day ahead of you. Whatever the new day asks of you, you will not meet it with yesterday's depleted supply. You will meet it with mercy that is new, made fresh for that exact day, sufficient for that exact day, waiting for you at the threshold of the morning like bread still warm. There is no need to ration your strength through the night, afraid there will not be enough for tomorrow. Tomorrow will have its own new mercy, and it will be enough. This is why you were not consumed. There were seasons that should have finished you, weights that should have crushed you, nights that felt like they would never end. And yet here you are, still breathing, still reaching, still held. Not because you were strong enough to survive them, because my love would not let you be consumed. My compassions kept arriving, morning after morning, just enough, just in time, carrying you through what you could not have carried yourself. May that steady you as you sleep. You have been kept this far by a faithfulness that has never once failed you, and that same faithfulness is what waits on the other side of this night. Great is your faithfulness. It is the cry of someone who looked back over everything and realized they had never actually been abandoned, not once, not in the worst of it. You will be able to say the same. You are already able to say it, if you look honestly at how you have been carried to this very moment. Breathe and let the fear of tomorrow lose its grip. There is no need to solve the morning tonight, no need to pre-live the day before it comes, spending strength on troubles that may never arrive and mercy that has not yet been given. The morning is not your responsibility tonight. Tonight your only work is to rest. When morning comes, the mercy for it will come with it, and not 1 hour sooner than you need, and not 1 hour later. I am faithful in the small things you never notice. The breath that keeps coming while you sleep, the heart that keeps its rhythm without your attention, the countless quiet keepings that hold you through every night. And I am faithful in the large things you have prayed about for years. The same faithfulness runs through both. The God who keeps your breathing through the night is the God who is keeping your whole life, and he does not do the small keeping well and the large keeping poorly. He is faithful in all of it. Long ago, when I led my people through a wilderness where there was no bread, I fed them with bread from heaven each morning. But I gave it in a particular way. Enough for the day and no more. They could not store it up or hoard it against tomorrow. What they tried to keep overnight spoiled. Each morning they had to come out and gather again, and each morning it was there, fresh on the ground, exactly enough. I did it that way on purpose to teach them. And you, that mercy is not a stockpile you carry. It is a daily gift you receive. You cannot gather tomorrow's grace tonight, and you do not need to. Tomorrow morning it will be there on the ground where you wake, fresh, sufficient, with your name on it, the way it has been every single morning of your life, whether you noticed it or not. So you can release your grip on tomorrow entirely. You were never meant to carry the strength for it into the night. The manna for tomorrow is not your responsibility to produce tonight. It is my responsibility to provide in the morning, and I have never once failed to put it there. Sleep empty-handed if you must. Sleep with nothing stored up. You will wake to find that I have already been out ahead of you, laying down mercy for the day before you even opened your eyes. So sleep in the confidence of a kept person. You have been kept until now. You will be kept through this night, and you will wake to mercy made new, waiting for you, sufficient for whatever the day holds. The dawn is not something to dread. It is something I have already filled with compassion for you, and it is coming faithful as it has always been. The morning has never once failed to come. Through every night that ever was, the longest, the darkest, the ones that felt as though the sun had forgotten how to rise, the dawn came anyway, faithful, on time, without needing anyone to summon it. It is the most dependable thing in all creation, and I made it that way as a sign to you. As surely as light returns to the sky after every dark, my mercy returns to you after every hard season. You have watched 1,000 mornings arrive. You have never yet seen the dark win. And you will not see it win this time either. The light is already on its way toward your window, already traveling the curve of the world to reach you, and it will arrive because it always arrives. So you can let go of the night completely, knowing it is not the last word. It is only the passage to the morning. Rest through it without fear of it. The one who has never let a night run on forever is keeping this one too, and he is already preparing, on the far side of your sleep, a morning full of new mercy with your name written on it. Rest here, beloved. You were not consumed, and you will not be. The morning is coming, and it is full of mercy with your name on it. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Numbers 6, verses 24 to 26. Now let me speak a blessing over the whole of your night and the whole of you. You have come a long way to arrive here. You brought your tired body and your heavy heart, your grief and your waiting, your hidden wound and your racing mind, and you laid them down one by one in my presence. You have let me near the places you guard most carefully. You have let the shame lift, let the fear quiet, let the striving cease. That was not a small thing. That was trust, and I have received it gladly. So receive now the oldest blessing my people have ever known, spoken over you as if you were the only soul in all the world to hear it. I bless you, and I keep you. All through this night, and all through the days beyond it, I keep you. Not loosely, not distractedly. The way one keeps something they will not lose. You are kept by hands that have never yet let anything precious slip from them. You are kept by a love that does not tire, does not turn away, does not forget. Whatever tomorrow holds, you go into it kept. I make my face shine on you. When I turn toward you, it is not with a frown you must work to soften. My face shines toward you, warm as sun on skin, glad to see you, radiant with a love that asks nothing back before it gives. Live tomorrow in the light of that face. When you doubt whether you are seen, whether you are loved, whether you matter, remember that the face of God shines toward you and has never once looked away. I am gracious to you. Grace, unearned and freely given, is what I pour over your life. Not what you deserved by your effort, but what I delight to give by my kindness. Every good thing that comes to you tomorrow will carry the mark of it. You will not have earned the mercy that meets you. It will simply be grace, the way it has always been grace, the way your whole life has been held together by grace you did not have to purchase. I turn my face toward you and give you peace. This is the gift I leave you with as you sleep. Not merely the absence of trouble, but my own peace, a wholeness that holds even when things are unresolved, a stillness at the center of you that the night cannot disturb and the morning cannot take. Peace in your body, where it was tired. Peace in your mind, where it was loud. Peace in your heart, where it was broken. Peace in your spirit, where it was worn thin. My peace over all of you, sealing the healing I have worked through the night. Let me gather it all together now, everything this night has been, and speak it over you as one blessing. Every place we touched, I seal. The hidden hurt I reached at the root, I seal it healing. The shame I lifted off your shoulders, I seal it gone. The body I tended from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, I seal it resting and restored. The mind I quieted, I seal it in peace. The grief I sat inside with you, I seal it held and turning toward morning. The waiting you laid down, I seal it safe in my keeping. The fear of the night, I seal it under my shelter. All of it gathered into my hands, blessed and kept and carried through until the light. And this blessing does not end when the night does. It is not only for these hours. When you wake, it goes with you. Into the morning, into the day, into whatever the day asks of you. You will carry my keeping into rooms where you feel alone, and you will not be alone. You will carry my peace into moments that would have unsettled you, and something in you will hold steady that did not hold steady before. The healing I worked through the night will still be at work in the light. What I began tonight does not stop when you open your eyes. It simply continues in the daylight, in your body and your heart, faithful and unhurried, all the way to completion. Breathe it in one last time, slow and deep, and let it fill you completely. The blessing is spoken. The healing is underway. The night is safe, and you are kept. Sleep now. There is nothing left for you to do. I will work while you rest, keep while you sleep, and be here still when the light returns. What I have begun in you tonight, I will carry on through the dark and finish in my time, and it will hold because it is mine. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face toward you and give you peace. Rest here, beloved. You are healed, you are held, and you are deeply, entirely loved. Sleep.